Yeah, he's
Yeah, he's in the next race.
yeah, he's got some line of horses.
Yeah, Steve Lehman, the majority owner. Yeah, he'll be there. Yeah, I think that's probably the right thing to do. Woo!
Such a little hidden room here.
Yes.
Through here all the time at Keeneland, and I always don't know that's here. It's here.
Happiest place on earth.
I'm sorry?
Happiest place on earth.
Yeah.
I get to talk to all the winners.
The only better place is, when you, during the meet at Keeneland, when you win a graded stake, you go in that room. Have you ever been there when we run a stake at Keeneland? No. Wait, have you been here when we won a stake at Keeneland, when you go in that little cabin?
Yeah, for the champagne?
Yeah.
Like around the corner?
Yeah.
Do you have one in the next?
No, I have a race in between. But that's really nice to not. I don't do it for Breeders' Cup, but when you come to Keeneland, it reminds me of going to Augusta. It's like
With the leather and the green.
that little cabin. What's it called in Augusta?
I don't know.
Where they give you the green jacket. That's what it reminds me every time I go in there.
Yeah, it's a cool spot. I love
All
it.
right, well, let's go ahead and get started with our winners. Goodnight Olive in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. We have trainer Chad Brown and one of the members of the ownership group from Team Hanley, Jay Hanley. First of all, congratulations. Irad Ortiz rides the next race, so we will not have him joining us. And now we will also be joined by Steve Lehman, also part of the ownership group here of First Row Partners. So, Chad, I'll go ahead and start with you with Goodnight Olive. She broke very sharp, but then let the speed go. Just kind of take us through the trip.
Yeah, we had a plan in the paddock to, she normally breaks pretty well in her races, and obviously Irad knows her really well, to give her a nice warm-up. And it looked like there was plenty of speed signed on, even with the one scratch. So she really worked out the trip we thought. We thought there'd be 3 or 4 horses just ahead of her. We wanted to be close. It looked like this track can maybe play for maybe a little bit more of a forward horse, so we didn't want to take any chances having her too far back. And Irad just executed it perfectly, and the filly showed up once again. I was just so pleased with her race, and I'm just so appreciative for the owners here that you're going to get to in a moment, their patience. There's been more bad phone calls than good ones with this horse since she came in at 2. I can promise you that. And a couple different times she's had to stop, and she doesn't run often, but like I just said in the previous interview, when she does run, she lets everybody know she's there. I mean, for a horse that only lost once in her life, remarkable record.
And that was her first start. Then she broke her maiden right here at Keeneland. But you definitely, mentioning her setbacks, but took your time moving her into Stakes Company and then right into a Grade 1 when you did make that jump in the Ballerina. What was kind of the thought process with developing her along the way?
Yeah, so with all the stoppages and such, we've really utilized her allowance conditions and tried to develop her and not throw too much too soon at her. I think that's why she does have this almost flawless record, is just taking it step by step with her. And again, the owners I can't say enough good things about this group. They, when I always came up with a plan, it was never questioned, or there was never a rush to throw her into stake races thinking she's on borrowed time. That's just put her in a Grade 3 or something. They always listened to my advice and counsel on the situation, and that's a big reason why we're here today.
Well, it's worked out well. I'll get to the ownership now. Steve Lehman, Jay Hanley, congratulations. So, Steve, just tell me a little bit about the partnership that you put together, and as Chad mentioned, the time and the confidence in this filly to bring her to this point.
Yeah, thank you. We are so privileged to have a group of guys that most of my guys have been in the horse business along the way. But about 5 years ago, one of my partners that sits next to me in the first row at Saratoga leaned over and said, "I want to do horses with you." So I brought 2 groups together. There's 6 of us that make up First Row Partners. I have partners from California, Montana, but Saratoga is our common ground, and we have such a wonderful group of guys. And Chad's gotten to know those guys. I was fortunate enough to be with Chad at the very end of his days with Frankel. And I was lucky enough to win a Breeders' Cup race in 2014 with Day at the Spot. And there's one common thread between this horse and Goodnight Olive and Day at the Spot, and it's this guy next to me. Special trainer. I mean, he has a target, he'll find it. I mean, this was our plan probably too long ago.
But as he mentioned, having patience, and Jay, just kind of take us through, the ups and downs with her to get to this special day here in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
Yeah, she she started off her career well. She came in, for her, a disappointing second in her first race, her only loss. I believe that was at Gulfstream. Then she came here, broke her maiden, and then she basically reeled off, 4 wins in a row now. So, I guess now it's 6 in a row now.
It is.
Yeah, wow, we made it 6 today. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
But her last race, Ballerina, obviously a grade 1. Chad had the confidence to put her in there. The race before that was a 3 other than at Saratoga that we kind of had to go to. We were put into a stake 2 weeks before that 3 other than, or a week before the 3 other than, that actually didn't go. They couldn't fill it. I think everybody was afraid of us. And so
And rightly so.
that was the word on the backstretch. So then we went to the 3 other than, and Chad masterfully, I mean, he and his staff masterfully have handled this filly from day one. I mean, to get her to those allowance races, to get her here, and obviously, training out of the Ballerina, they did an amazing job. So all thanks really to Chad and his staff for getting her here. Maybe give a nod to the breeders, Stone Street, and also a big nod to Liz Crow, who helped Steve and I pick this horse out at the Fasig October sale.
So I'll see if anybody here in the room has a question. Here, Mike Welch.
Chad, this was obviously every race she seems to be getting better and better. Do you think this is her best race yet, or can you tell from this performance?
Certainly, yeah. It looks like it's her best race, or at least match that Ballerina. And going into the race, we thought if she could just run the race back at the Ballerina, looking at the speed figures that came out of it, and in the manner in that she won, she wouldn't really have to do better than that, I didn't think. And that was another part of the reason I didn't choose to run the horse from Saratoga till now. That was a very strong race. I figured it wouldn't take any more than that to win this race, and why try to squeeze another race in and maybe set her back, especially a horse that has proven to be a bit fragile. And I'm just happy the plan came together. We spaced out her races, and back to your original question, I think she had, at a minimum, matched that Ballerina race, which was really the strategy.
And with the Ballerina being a Breeders' Cup win and you're in, you knew you were guaranteed a spot.
Yeah.
And such good horses we beat. I mean, that's what makes me proud of this filly is you look at the 2 champions were in that field we beat today. And I think one of my partners counted there were 18 stakes winners in the grade 1, total stakes wins for those horses. So it's just amazing how well, how accomplished she's become in such a short time.
So what's next?
Probably a little break. Yep. Mr. Brown has taught me patience. He's taught me patience before this horse, and it took a long time, but it really works. I mean, he's the master at picking a target, giving these horses time, and finding the right spot. And,
So we'll see her next year?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
Not for sale.
In fact, I just saw my insurance agent. I think I'm going to have to make a call.
Well, congratulations to the entire ownership connection, and Chad, to your team
you.
as well, and Irad Ortiz. Good night, Olive.
Good
Kicks
night,
us
Olive.
off today.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
I get hug from you, did I? Oh, goodness. It's about time.
can't just be the one that's on here. No, no, no. I can't just be the one up here.
What about the breeder? Let's get the breeder in as well.
Oh, God help us.
All right, we'll get started. And the winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, Caravel, and Brad Cox and Tyler Gaffleon unable to be in here as they are in the next race. But we do have Qatar Racing, Sheikh Fahad, and David Redvers. Congratulations, and that was an incredible run by this mare. She was coming in off a win right here at Keeneland, so you obviously had confidence that she was comfortable here. But going up against a short price favorite like Golden Pal, what gave you the real confidence to come here?
Well, thank you very much first. But I think Brad is the one that gave us a lot of confidence. She's been working really, really well. I think, as he said, she's been working as best as she's ever had her. So that gave us a lot of confidence. Watching her in the mornings gave us a lot of confidence. Tyler, having Tyler on board is it's amazing, really. He is one of the most gifted jockeys I've seen, and he's, thankfully he's on our side, not against us.
Yeah, he rode her last time right
Yeah.
here at Keeneland, and he'd been on her previously, but very sharp away from the gate today. I know she's shown speed recently, but not that kind of pace away from the gate.
No, she's shown speed before, and she's very versatile. And she can lead or she can sit off them. And after she broke that well today, there was one place to be, and that's the lead. And thankfully, she just kept going. And when the other horse came upside her, she just found another few lengths, which is fantastic to see.
And the horse that came up the inside, it seemed like that gave her more competitive kind of spirit to kick back in again.
Yeah, she is a fighter. She is a real, true fighter, and it's fantastic to see that.
And David, just kind of tell us a little bit about the partnership involved in Caravel.
We have put a huge amount of credit to Fergus Galvin and the team at Hunter Valley. Lovely. Mark de Temple has been a long-time partner and a great, great friend. And it's nothing quite as much fun as doing it with friends. And we're very lucky to have some great friends who race horses with Sheikh Fahad. And it's all about the party now.
Exactly. Absolutely.
And what's the next plans for her going forward?
Well, she is in the sales, so we'll have to discuss with the partnership and Fergus and Mark and Brad, and we'll see what's going on. She's improving, which is going to make it very tough in terms of trying to sell her or keep her, but we'll see.
Yeah, hard to let one go after a race performance like that.
Exactly.
Questions from Preston here? Eric, and introduce yourself first.
Yeah, Eric Mitchell with the Blood Horse. Could you give us a little bit more background on how you acquired this mare, how you found her, and what was so attractive about her at the time?
Well, we found her through Fergus Galvin, who's our racing manager here and helps us in America, and he's really been following the filly and loved her, and Brad really loved that filly. And when she came to the sales, we went to see her, and we thought there's improvement in there to be had. And that's why we went and got her. Thankfully, we were the ones that got her.
Hi, Mike Brunker with Horse Racing Nation. Were you, in into the race, were you anticipating that you were likely to be in a stalking position right off Golden Pal, and suddenly things just unfolded very differently?
Absolutely. I think that's the scenario we looked at, but we give Tyler free rein to do whatever he wants. Any jockey, to be honest, of ours that tries gets that instructions to do once the gates open, whatever they feel is correct, they do. And we did anticipate Golden Pal to be up there, and it changed our game plan completely. Really, I think that the scenario that we wanted was Golden Pal in front, and we were stalking him and then pouncing on him. But it's tough to be out there from gate to wire, and she's a tough filly to do that.
Jenny.
Jenny Reese, Kentucky HBPA and Kentucky Downs. You have sponsored races all over the world, and including Breeders' Cup. Just put in perspective winning one of those races.
Oh, it's fantastic. That's what the operation is all about, is trying to win races around the world, the biggest races, biggest meetings. And thankfully, we've been very lucky to have had winners everywhere around the world, and this is our first Breeders' Cup winner. So, yeah, very excited, very happy to have that.
Okay, anyone else with questions from here? If not, I will wrap this up. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Qatar Racing and all the partners, and well done to Caravel.
Thank you very much.
Up we go.
Now you can take a deep breath.
Yeah, exactly.
actually
Do you
want to hear
mind,
it.
This would, yeah,
Hold on.
this would be interesting if all of a sudden you run out.
about Caraval also. Yeah, we have a second. Yeah, the horse seemed like he was on the gun, but.
Who was the one that fought the five to one?
We have an audio mult right underneath our camera.
Oh, but see, the thing is, I need it for my
It
iPhone.
should work either way. It's just another microphone, but
Yeah, but how do I take the picture?
you just unplug from that. Is what I'm saying. For your audio, so you're not putting a
Okay,
microphone.
let's go.
Oh, I see what
Yeah,
you're
let's-
saying.
I'm sorry.
I don't want you tripping.
If I cuss, if they make a decision I don't like, I can't help it.
We'll forgive you.
Woo, like bright lights. It's okay.
Catch you up here. Tell me when you're ready. Oh, have you done anything yet?
I'm a novice at this.
What was the final time, Alicia? 30?
They're still looking at it.
135.33.
Okay, thank you.
No
Okay,
change.
okay,
All right, you can breathe. Okay, let's go ahead. All right, we want to catch up now with trainer Brad Cox from previous race with Caravel. And Brad, we had the owners in here of Qatar Racing, talked a lot about her, but just kind of take us through her prep for this leading up to the Breeders' Cup. And how you thought, a big price, but that she would be able to pull this off.
Well, she ran really well in the prep here, the Franklin. I say as a prep, to be honest with you. There really wasn't a lot of intent on running in the Breeders' Cup unless she performed really well in the Franklin. We'd see how she bounced out of it. She's been a filly that we've kind of had to watch her weight throughout the year. She's definitely improved and gotten better as, I would say, later in the year. The summertime, she may have been a little light. Fall come around, she definitely started putting on more weight. She's always moved great. She's very athletic. She's feisty. She's, likes being a racehorse, but she's doing really well. And obviously, out of the Franklin, there just wasn't a lot of options moving forward. Saw some races in California for like $100,000. Very limited in regards to fillies and mares around one turn here on the grass here in North America this time of year. So I thought, back in 20 days, it's a big ask, but she's doing well. She prepared for the Franklin here at Keeneland, and she obviously just stayed here after Franklin for the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, so easy to stay here and not have to ship. So what were instructions, if at all, to Tyler, because she broke very sharp?
The instructions were to break and set off of a few.
Best laid plans.
Yeah, absolutely. But, once, maybe some of the speed Golden Pal wasn't there. I mean, you don't ever take away anything that comes easy, especially with the racehorse and going 5.5 furlongs. So she broke. I loved the post the other day. I thought, well, this will give her an opportunity to set off Golden Pal, maybe a couple others if they want to bounce out of there. But she was just doing well. She popped out of there and was just gone. And she's always been the type of filly that when you watch her races, if she can obviously run from off the pace, but if she gets the lead, she's very tough to reel in. Two back at Presque Isle, I don't really know what happened. I don't watch a lot of racing from Presque Isle, but evidently speed was not good that night, and it just didn't work out for her because she was training extremely well going into that race. I thought we'd just mark it off, come back into Franklin. It worked out. We found ourselves here 20 days later. Glad we took the shot.
Yeah, and you said she's a fighter when she's on the lead, because did you have it all a little scare when the filly came up the inside of her and then there was a horse on the outside, but
Yeah.
knowing that she'd battle?
Yeah, no doubt. It reminded me a good bit of her race at Belmont in the Intercontinental. Just the way she did entertain some challenges down the lane, was able to stay on and finish up. You can just tell she's got a lot of fight and grit about her.
And what's next? I know she's in the sale. We talked to the owners about that. So are you fingers crossed they might keep her?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, as to what happens with her, I guess the guy that raises his hand last tomorrow night will be the one to ask as to where she goes from here, or where she goes starting tomorrow evening. But excited about what we were able to accomplish with her here. We always, honestly, we had her here stabled at Keeneland last winter. We gave her a break after we bought her, and I think we worked her 4 times on the synthetic here at at Keeneland, and I ran her in a stake at Turfway. And she ran so well, and it was on synthetic, but we were just giving her a race. And after that, she was training so well, it gave me the confidence to run her against the boys at Churchill. She was not in the good part of the turf course that day. That was a total throwout. Then we turned our attention toward the Intercontinental where she won. But I really did feel like she was a Grade 1 filly the way she trained last spring. She's just, all business. She's very classy to deal with. She's temperamental, but when she puts her game face on, she brings it, bottom line.
Well, she rewarded you and all the owners today. Congratulations.
Thanks,
Caravel. That was Brad Cox catching us up on Caravel, the winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Can we just get a comment on Sabername?
Ran big. Very proud of the effort. He was fighting back there at the end once he had gotten past. Congratulations, Godolphin. Obviously, they're a client of mine as well, and that they deserve so many Grade 1s. They've put so much into the game, and happy for them. But very, very proud of Cyberknife and his effort. He ran a big race, a winning race, and I know he's going to stand stud next year at Spendthrift, but I'm hopeful maybe we can get another run or two into him before breeding season starts. We'll see how it goes ultimately, and that'll be up to the ownership group.
And I do have one more quick question. Did you bet Caravel?
No, I wish I did.
All right. Thank you, Brad.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
guys.
very much for your
Appreciate it.
time.
I like winning a Breeders' Cup race and then having to run off.
second, third?
Your choice. Is Bill coming? Is he behind you?
I don't know. Then he might be.
Did you see him firing?
They're moving slower.
And his name? I'm sorry, that's Michael. Okay, I just thought I had it right. All right. Perfect. Thank you. Congratulations.
Michael.
Where's the trainer? Presume he's coming in.
There it comes. Be honest now. What were you thought at the break?
I was thinking 4 o'clock.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, I said, all I want to see was the first fraction. Once I saw those, I said, okay.
Okay, we're good. I knew they were flying. I knew they were going fast. Yeah.
All right, ready? Okay. We have the connections in here of Cody's Wish, winner of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, Michael Banahan representing Godolphin, trainer Bill Mott, and jockey Junior Alvarado. And Junior, we'll start with you. You're covered in a lot of dirt. You're far back early. Tell us about your trip on Cody's Wish.
Yeah, I had a trip that to be honest, I wasn't expecting that. I was hoping be kind of close to the pace, but you have to adapt to whatever situation happened. He kind of missed a little bit the break. Then I found myself in the back. I didn't want to rush him. I know him pretty well. He's a horse. If you kind of try to rush him a little bit, he will get headstrong, and I didn't want to do that because I knew it still was plenty time to get there little by little. So I just bought my time, I start picking it up little by little, by the fire pole, he seems to me, he kind of jumped in the bridle. He was kind of letting me know that he was ready. So, I kind of tip him in the outside, put him in the clear and start picking it up little by little, then by the time we passed in the trio pole, I knew I was going to be at least, be 1-2 in the race the way he was traveling. And, once we turn from home, I just want to make sure you just keep his attention and keep going forward. But I knew he was going to get it done at that point. I could feel the aggression that he had, the willing that he has just to win the race.
And it seemed like a very long, sustained run with him, though, which is very, very tough on a horse.
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing with him. He's a big horse, but he can carry that long speed for quite a while. So that's why I wasn't worried when we start picking it up by the trio pole.
So you had a lot of confidence coming down the stretch.
Definitely, I always was confident with him, and like I said, after that happened, I didn't get panicked, I didn't get worried. I just trust him, like I said, I know him pretty well. I know his ability. I knew I knew we could overcome the bad break.
And Bill, so we'll get to you. And what were you thinking at the break? Because this horse is usually a little bit closer up there.
Well, we felt, just looking at the race, it looked like there were a lot of horses that were cutting back in distance. Some horses coming from 1 1/8, 1 1/16 races, and it looked like there were 2 obvious speed horses in the race. And we thought we might be, mid-pack or right in behind the speed. But they were flying out of there. And the one thing that we talked about before the race was the configuration of this race. Going a flat mile, a mile out of a long chute gives him a little more chance to kind of get his legs underneath him. And we were a little bit concerned about the 2-turn race, going into the first turn and whether he'd get shuffled back, maybe not have the same momentum, the first quarter of a mile. But he settled into a beautiful stride when he headed down the backside, and Junior looked like he tipped him to the outside just to make sure he was going to be clear. And this horse is he's got a massive stride, and just to watch him work in the mornings. I mean, you watch him go a half a mile and you think he's going in 51 and he goes in 48. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. His stride is just so beautiful that he's doing a lot more. He's covering a lot more ground than you think he is. And boy, I tell you what, when he left the half-mile pole today, I mean, he was making, he was doing some running. He extended his stride and he looked great.
And Michael and Billy used the words beautiful, and it's an incredible and beautiful story, the story of Cody's Wish, and again also a homebred for Godolphin. But just tell us a bit about the story of Cody's Wish.
Well, I think it's obviously a well-documented story, and it's been this unbelievable stories from the get-go when Cody Dorman first met Cody's Wish as just a foal in a barn, and they developed this bond seemingly, and he saw him a year and a half later or 2 years later as a yearling or as a 2-year-old, sorry, and it was like we were worried about a big rambunctious strong 2-year-old dealing with him at that stage, and the horse put his head down on his lap, and we were all surprised about that, and they just seemed like to have this connection, and the Dormans came out last Wednesday, and Bill had the horse out with Cody Dorman as well, and he got down and sort of nuzzled at him as well, and they seemed like he knows who Cody Dorman is, and to have this little relationship with each other, and he's just been a special horse for the family, for us, and it's just like a Hollywood story, and it's hard to script. We thought the Forgo was going to be our highlight for the year, and to come back here in the Breeders' Cup and win that again, and a horse trained to perfection by Bill, and got another fantastic ride from Junior today as well. All came together, and to win that photo finish, I think Cody Dorman must have been pushing him down there to make sure that happened. But it was it was unbelievable. And we had a lot of people out here today, and a lot of fans in general here from his story were rooting the horse home today, and I think they would have been as disappointed as we would have been if he didn't win the race.
And Junior, did you feel that you had a little bit of extra with you for your first Breeders' Cup win there with Cody?
I always have, like I say, I was coming pretty excited. I was with 2 live mount today, so I was very excited. I just don't try to think about it. I just try to think as another race. Don't want to put myself pressure for no reason. I just got to trust the horse. I know he's been training well, and like I said, I just had to, put that in the back of my mind. I know it was a Breeders' Cup, but like I said, I just focused to do the job the right way.
Okay. Questions from anyone in here? Matt Haggerty?
Hi, Matt Haggerty with the Daily Racing Form. Junior, you mentioned having familiarity with the horse. You obviously had a sustained stretch run there where you're in battle with Cyberknife. How important is that familiarity, and what kind of signals can you transfer to the horse to get him to the wire first?
Yeah, he's a very good horse to begin with, but he's a character horse. You need to. I will have to say, like I'm rating many horses. They're easy to ride. Anyone can get along with it. He's a little. You need to kind of understand him a little bit. You gotta get to know him a little bit. He's a horse that he likes do his own thing. You don't want to get on his way. But at the same time, you have to kind of like teach him and kind of tell him which way to go, when to go, and then, he'll be there for you. So, like I said, when we turned for home, I was pretty confident. I knew the way he was stretching there that he wanted it as bad as I did when we turned for home.
Anyone else? Byron?
Hi, guys. Congratulations, Byron King from the Blood Horse. This is for Bill and for Michael. I realize we're obviously just 15 minutes beyond this race, but have you all thought beyond today? Does he race next year, for example? He's now rattled off a couple Grade 1s. And then secondly, if he does, Bill, does this open up options in the playbook? Now you can go 1 turn, you can go 2 turns. It would seem like he's got a whole world of stakes opportunities in front of him.
Well, naturally, as a trainer, I'd love to keep him in training. He's, his profile is starting to get, pretty good right now, and I'm sure he would be an attractive stallion for many people to breed to. Any horse that can win a Breeders' Cup Mile is going to be sought after. The thing about it is, he did get a late start in life, and he's only had really 1 season of hard racing, so he's not overly over-raced, and he'd be a horse that probably, as we can all see, he's just coming into his own. His last 2, he's risen into the stakes company and to the Grade 1 level, and he'd be a horse that, for me as a trainer would be an interesting horse to take to a race like the Met Mile next year. I don't know that, I'm sure if he stays in training, we'd have the discussion about stretching him out to a longer distance. But I think right at the moment, I think we've probably we feel that he's probably best at 7 furlongs in a mile.
And Michael, what are your thoughts for his future?
Well, I think we'll enjoy today. It was a fantastic result today. We'll probably sleep on it overnight and figure out what we want to do. And obviously, he'd be very attractive proposition when he does go to the stud barn. And I think we'll just wait and see how he comes out of the race and assess what we want to do with him. And as you obviously said, there's a lot of options for him as well. Either racing or going to the breeding shed. So we'll figure that out in the next couple of days. Anyway, we'll just enjoy the big win today and enjoy the moment.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much. Congratulations, Cody's Wish, winner of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got one more. Yeah.
favourite place?
Has Aiden come?
I don't know.
Did you lose him in the crowd back there?
We did.
That was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Day's not over, so.
I know. Oh no. Good way to keep the momentum going from yesterday.
Try to.
We'll wait a second to see if Ethan's behind you. Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and get started,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Well done. Appreciate that.
All right. Tuesday takes the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. We have jockey Ryan Moore in here. 2 wins yesterday, Ryan, for the same connections. And now Tuesday, today, really strong finish from this 3-year-old filly. This is now her 9th start of the year, so she's been very well traveled. Tell us about your trip.
Oh, she had a beautiful trip. Everything went perfect in the race. Pace was strong and was in a good spot, and I was able to go when I needed to go. The second, she hung in there tough, and she made me work to get her. I was thinking I'd pick her up a little bit easier than I did, but she's obviously a very good filly, and my girl, it's a 9th run. She was a late foal, always thought an awful lot of her, and she ran in 4 classics this year. She won the Oaks, and I thought she would sort of win Group 1s for sport all year. And for whatever reason, things just went against her. She was beat by Alpinista, which was a huge run in hindsight. But today she showed up and put in a really good and very professional performance. And you know, she's like probably from the best family in the stud book, really. And you know, when a horse with that pedigree and they're that well, and the horses that running that well, you know, that's why they're able to go and perform like they did.
Yeah, and just a young filly, only a 3-year-old, as you mentioned, a late foal, but having that many starts. Do you think, though, that having that many this year kind of just gave her a lot more experience for something like this?
Oh yeah, like she done everything beautifully today, and it always helps. Like I thought she'd have won a couple more this year, but she's won an Oaks and a Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, so it's a fantastic double for any racehorse to achieve.
Yeah, that's quite incredible. And now 3 wins so far for you at this Breeders' Cup here at Keeneland this year, and a few more mounts to come. So we'll take some questions from anyone. Do you have a question here? Okay. Questions for Ryan Moore.
Frank Yanks, Blood Horse. Congratulations, Ryan. I mean, she's a classic winner, and now she's a Breeders' Cup winner. But you, like you said, you expected maybe even some more Group 1s. Can you put your finger on how she turned the corner today to get back to her winning ways?
Look, Aiden, he's got these horses here in unbelievable shape, and you know, we had Toy, and we also had Above the Curve, but Aiden was last week. He was really happy with how this filly had been doing in between the Arc weekend and the Breeders' Cup, and I think he felt he had her in a really good place today, and so all credit to Aiden and the team at home, and you know, just lucky he put me on her today, and she won well.
And as a rider, I'm just curious, when you have a horse like In Italian out there, a legitimate, you know, Grade 1 winner on the front end, does that play into your mindset at all? I mean, she's not just like some rabbit setting a pace. She's a legitimate threat to go all the way. What's your mindset when you know that going in?
For me, it's always just about making sure I can't ride the other horse. I can only try to keep it comfortable for my filly, and you know, be judging her how she is, and you know, like if you force him to go after him too early, or if you wait a bit longer, people might think you're giving him too much to do. But if you've done that, if you move a little earlier, then you empty. So you just have to trust your horse, and look, today it worked out. The second's obviously a very good filly, and you know, I thought she's possibly better a little bit shorter in distance. So I was thinking my filly gets a mile and a half, and hopefully that'll be the difference. Thank you.
If you need to go, you can.
I'll go, yeah.
Yes, it's fine.
I'll leave you to it.
You've all the hard work done.
Yeah.
Good man, Ryan.
We've had Ryan.
Thanks, Ian,
Yep.
Ryan. Class. Good man. Good man. Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, we'll get right to trainer Aidan O'Brien. Aidan, congratulations. Tuesday we just had a nice chat with Ryan on this filly. Always felt that he felt there was another Group 1 in her, but just kind of take us through, because this is now her 9th start of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. When she ran in the Guineas, first run of the year, she wasn't even 3. So when the day that she won the Oaks, she was just gone 3. So we had to be very conscious that she was very immature. And we had her eye in this race kind of all year, and we knew that she had to compete from the Oaks to now, but we had it in our head as well. If we trained her hard, we would stop the physical improvement and stop her from maturing. So we trained her for the races, but every race wasn't the be-all and end-all, if you know what I mean. So from the last day, she ran a very good race in very bad ground from a bad draw, and Wayne was very happy with her. But the intensity of her work improved or increased a lot since then. And sometimes when you do that, you don't get improvement, but the improvement seemed to come at home. But obviously, you're never sure until you run. But Dean, who rides her every day, and Jamie, who's in charge of her, both of them were very happy coming here. So Ryan gave her a brilliant ride. It was an evenly run race. We always felt or thought her trip was maybe 1.25 miles, even though she won Oaks at 1.5 miles. She was always a filly that had that bit of kind of class to run well in a obviously to run well in a Guineas on the way to an Oaks. So that was her really.
And Ryan mentioned, with her pedigree, and she's a homebred for Coolmore, one of the finest pedigrees, certainly, in racing.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a full sister to Minding, and with her pedigree, it's just incredible. And she was 100% homebred. So she's incredible filly, really. And like I said, she was a very late foal, but very exciting, really.
So what about any plans going forward, since she is so young?
Yeah, the plan to come here were herself and Ty might go to Ashford after the race, but depending on her run. But I was talking to MV and Michael and JP and Tom after the race, and they were going to speak to John and Derek and George. So, but I think there's a good chance that she could stay in training for next year. So that would be exciting.
All right. Okay, thank you so much,
Thank
Aidan,
you.
and congratulations. 3 Breeders' Cup wins already for the team here. Tuesday, Breeders' Cup, Filly and Mare Turf. Congratulations.
we have the press conference, but I'll call you in about 5 minutes. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, we'll get started. On the stage, we have representatives of Elite Power. Congratulations, Juddmonte Farm, Garrett O'Rourke, Bill Mott, trainer, and Irad Ortiz once again had to rush off to the next race. So Bill, we'll start with you. Congratulations on a second Breeders'
Thank
Cup
you.
win today. Elite Power just seems to have really put it all together those last 4 starts. And what made you think he was ready for this stage today?
Well, just the fact that he's kept improving, you know, every start, and he's been very good at a variety of distances. I mean, he's won, you know, from 6 to a mile, and actually a horse with a profile that's very similar to probably the horse that won earlier, Cody's Wish. You know, not that, you know, can compare the two, but maybe in the fact that both had come around very well this year. I mean, they were a little late developing, but not without talent.
Yeah, it seems like the theme today a little bit has been patience with a lot of the horses, and this one has made you wait and test that patience. Just maybe tell us a little bit about, you know, what it took to get him to this point.
Well, I think it was just, you know, he had baby issues, and we didn't get him until, you know, his 3-year-old year, but he you know, had typical stuff like shins that, you know, many horses have, and it was just a matter of waiting for them to, you know, to get right, and we brought him back this year, and he's been sound as a bell of brass, and it's just been very rewarding, you know, to have him put in a string of races now, and of course ending up the season with the Breeders' Cup.
And Garrett, for Juddmonte Farms, this not a homebred. So Elite Power, just tell us a little bit about the purchase of the Son of Curlin.
Yeah, well, obviously, going back to when Prince Khalid was with us, he wanted to start buying some horses at the sales, and obviously we got off to a great start with Arrogate, and followed up with horses like this guy. Beautiful horse from the very beginning, and then, as Bill said, just had issues. He was a high energy horse who just always seemed to manage to get himself in trouble, and we went through the whole of his 2-year-old year, never got him off the farm. Give a lot of credit to Scott Walker and his team in our training barn, who had endless patience with him, and he's a tough horse to handle too. And Bill has often heard me say it, even though he's not a homebred, I get so much satisfaction for myself and for all of the team that put so much time and effort into horses like this, because most of the times we don't get rewarded, and when we do get rewarded, it's very, very sweet.
All right, I'll turn it over to the room with questions.
Yeah, hey Bill, Tom Law, Saratoga Special. I got to ask, the second Breeders' Cup winner that you kept at Saratoga right up until last week. Can you talk a little bit about the benefits of staying there with horses like this, and maybe with Cody's Wish?
Well, both horses seem to be doing very well up there. I mean, physically they were doing well, and we've got they've got a newly resurfaced racetrack that they did over a year ago, and so our second year on the racetrack, and with, you know, a lot of the horses that have shipped out early, and it left us to have almost a private training center. I mean, there were a couple hundred head of horses there, but you know, you get a very good racetrack, and when you can train on a good racetrack, when you have the benefit of that, and you've got good horses, and you don't have to worry about, missing a day or missing 2 or 3 days because of poor conditions. So they were doing well, and they breezed well over the track. I mean, you know, we just put an easy breeze in this horse. He was in company, his final breeze coming into here, and Neil Poznansky was on him, and he looked beautiful. If you look at the time, I think he went in 50 4/5 or 51, but it was just the way he did it. He did it the right way, and obviously it was enough for him to keep him on edge and get him here today. But you know, a lot of, as far as Saratoga goes, you know, it gets a little cool, as it gets cool down here at night as well. So the conditions, probably the weather, probably not that much different.
For
for both of you. Can you just describe what you saw in him as a 3-year-old that allowed you to kind of keep the faith that he would eventually justify his purchase price after he, finishes off the board in his debut and second race? What were you seeing that?
Well, number one, you've got to look at the pedigree, and you've got to look at the horse himself and what a beautiful animal he is. And he was, we ran him at Churchill the first time, and I think he was obviously an immature horse, even it was late in his 3-year-old year, and he's running against horses that had already had experience, and he was very confused his first race. I think he just, he needed one, just a little wake-up call, and we thought, well, we could probably squeeze one more race into him before the end of the Churchill meet last November. And we ran him at a mile, and he showed, when he turned for home, he got into the race, and he actually ran up toward the front and then got very tired, at the furlong pole, and came out of the race with some shins that were bugging him, and we just backed off of him and gave him the winner. I mean, he didn't do much for another 2 months and put him back in training, and he hasn't looked back since.
Being a 4-year-old and lightly raced for a 4-year-old, what are the plans going forward with Elite Power?
Oh, we're going to race him next year.
Do you concur, Garrett?
A kick under the table there. I think that's obviously something to talk with our CEO. Douglas Erskine-Crumb is here, and obviously the family need to have a strong say in that. But we're enjoying where we are with him, and maybe there'll be more.
Okay, any more questions? Jenny?
Actually, 2 quick questions, one for each. Bill, the apple cart horse comes through again.
Yeah.
What gave you the confidence in this horse out of all of your horses that you obviously were really happy with, that this was the one to really, if somebody asked you?
Well, the pressure every year is to give you the horse that it'll be a good price, and I can tell you that they might, and he was the one. I guess I told Jenny last week, she said, "Who's the apple cart horse?" I said, "Every once in a while, we've got to have a horse to upset the apple cart." And I said, well, this one might be the one to do it, just because I thought his last race was good, and he'd come out of it in such good shape, and his hair was, he still has a summer coat on him, and looks good, just looked like he was on the improve.
And for Garrett, the last day of the Keeneland meet, I think the last race Juddmonte was in, you were second in a stakes, and your horses had been running well, but you were the one that brought up that it'd been a long time since y'all had been shut out at a meet. Against that backdrop, talk about the satisfaction of winning this race today.
Yeah, winning is always satisfactory, and obviously these days are an awful lot bigger than maidens and allowances at Keeneland. But yeah, we had a lot of nice runners at Keeneland and came out with a big duck egg. And but we knew we were coming into this Breeders' Cup with some nice horses, and this horse has delivered, and the winning never gets old, and the satisfaction of racing at the top end and ultimately winning is what we're all. I mean, there's a huge crowd here today, and every participant is having the same dream, and we're lucky enough to be here.
Bill, just talk about the trip and the way the race played out. You had to be happy to see somebody entertaining the big horse up there.
Right. I read it commented after the race how well he broke. He said, when he broke that way, he said, I was really, really feeling pretty good about it. And I'm going to need to go back and watch the rerun a couple more times to and study it a little bit more. But it looked like he was able to tip out and get a clear run through the stretch, and that's really what this horse needed. I mean, he didn't, once he gets his rhythm going and he still, got a little tendency to, when he's going by horses, sometimes he'll want to lay in on them a little bit, and which I had, forewarned Irad about it, and I think, as you could tell, he got him out away from everybody and got him down the middle of the racetrack, and he came with a good run.
All right, thank you very much. Juddmonte Farm and trainer Bill Mott, Elite Power wins the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Thank you.
Congrats, guys. Thanks.
I might just, after I'm done, I might just do mine and then go, if that's okay, please. Thank you.
Absolutely fine. Yep, we'll get to you right quickly. Okay, is Hugh coming in? Okay, well, we'll go ahead and start since, all right, let me know when we're ready. Good. Well, Modern Games now back-to-back wins in the Breeders' Cup after last year winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, now taking the Breeders' Cup Mile. I have jockey William Buick here as well as trainer Charlie Appleby. William, we'll get to you. A little bit of a rough start. It seemed like he got squeezed immediately after the beginning of the race.
Yeah, he just jumped a little bit slow, and obviously, you know, the horses from my outside, they came in, and look, I found myself in a pretty bad spot, but he managed to regather his stride and, you know, turning into the first turn halfway around there, I thought, well, we're following the right horses and we're not too bad. So, look, once I got him to the outside and I got him running, he picked up so well, and I always knew he was going to, you know, keep going all the way to the line.
Yeah, it seemed like coming just off of the turn, you sort of had a strategic opportunity right there where you really had to ask him to go to be able to get clear.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, from where I was, and on the horse I was, and the opportunities that sort of presented themselves for me at the time, I didn't need to do anything too brave or drastic. You know, it was all about trying to get him into clear sailing and just giving him every chance, really.
And he seems so handy to ride.
He's a great horse. He was a great 2-year-old. Obviously won the juvenile turf in Del Mar, and then, you know, he's a French 2,000 guineas winner. I think he's only been out of the once ever in his life. You know, he's ran over various distances. He's today, I think he will finally get the recognition he probably deserves.
Well, he was one of our only favorites to win so far on the Breeders' Cup card, so well done. I know you need to run,
Thank you very
and
much.
we'll let you go. So, Charlie, just kind of following up on what William was saying, this horse, he just seems so handy. You can, no matter where he gets put in a race, he just always seems to be able to be asked and goes.
Yeah, you know, one thing, he's got so many attributes to himself. He's his size, he's neat, he's nimble. That's why I think he's always thrived on these tracks here. Is you know, wherever he is, he's small enough to get through the gaps, and he's you know, neat enough to get round those turns that you're always sort of, dare I say, confident wherever he is in the field that when they come off the turn, he'll hopefully put himself into a position where he'll be able to attack.
What about his season this year? So some ups and downs, even though, as William said, you know, he's really never run a bad race, but maybe expectations so high.
Yeah, look, this horse started the season off there. We were very fortunate to have the 3 horses that we had in the spring there, and you know, take nothing away from this fella. We, you know, with Native Trail and Caribus there, those were the sort of the obvious picks towards going to the Newmarket Guineas. So therefore we waited with this horse, as we didn't want to run 3 in there, and you know, he went to the French Guineas and was very impressive there. He then backed it up. We stepped him up in trip to the Marne Corda in the French Derby. You know, he's just, because he runs so honestly, you know, he ran a hell of a race there and finishing 3rd and didn't really stay. Then that was probably my mistake, really. I dropped him back to the 7 there, and I hold my hands up. You know, we shouldn't have done that. Then our plan was always to go to Canada. But again, he sort of got nicknamed the substitute because you know, obviously Caribus didn't turn up in the Sussex there, so he dropped into that field again and ran a creditable race, finishing 2nd to Baid. We then go to Canada, and he was, you know, as we saw, devastating there. And then we give him another roll of the dice again on Champions Day, and thankfully he's the horse that's probably gone and helped me hopefully go towards crowning our 2nd championship. And as we all know, back in the UK, it's down on prize money, and you know, he finished 2nd, and from start to finish hated the ground. But he's just the horse he is. He's a true warrior.
And only a 3-year-old. So next year, what are the plans for him at this point in time?
I think we'll look at some of the mile events in the spring there, back in the UK. You know, the Queen Anne would be the sort of obvious target to work back from a Royal Ascot. And then I'd like to think that he'll be back over here, and you know, the one thing, he's getting a fanfare around the world, but it's great to see him get his you know, get the applaudance today on what unfortunately didn't receive 12 months ago, not to his own, you know, for no fault of his own, should we say. And so I'd like to bring him back out here again and let the American crowd enjoy him.
All right, I'll turn it over for some questions here. Yeah.
Molly Rollins, Blood Horse. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
He was obviously a brilliant 2-year-old last year. How would you compare the modern games of last year to the modern games we just saw?
Modern games are from about, I would say, July onwards, physically changed. Just a typical of a Derbawi. They go well from 2 to 3, but more importantly, they seem to improve from 3 to 4. So that's the exciting part about him. But as a physical, he just got stronger in all the right places. And like I say, I thought he looked a picture in the paddock today. And yeah, you're always confident when you come into these races when they look as well as he did that you're hopefully going to be running a big race.
All right. Well, we'll wrap that up. Congratulations,
very
Charlie
much, Jane.
Appleby,
You're very kind.
Godolphin
Thank you.
Modern Games with another Breeders' Cup win in the Breeders' Cup Mile this time.
Pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thank you.
Does he have one on the turf? I don't know.
Where should we sit, Todd?
Right in the middle there.
I'll sit next to you. No. Well done yesterday, God. That was
All right,
great.
we'll go ahead and get
So happy
started.
for you.
And with the Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Malathat. And on the stage, we have representing Shadwell, Gregory Clark, and trainer Todd Pletcher. Todd, we'll start with you first. Last year's 3-year-old filly champion, and just an incredible mare who just always seems to bring her A game, but kind of flying a little bit under the radar to her stablemate, Nest. What made you think today could be a big day for her?
Well, she's always given us confidence. She's a lovely filly from day one, and I thought she was training super coming into the race. She obviously likes Keeneland now. She's 4 for 4 here, and she was giving us every indication that she was going to show up and run her A race like she almost always does.
And then in the running of the race, I know Nest was a little further back than would have been anticipated. They were kind of running next to each other, but Johnny giving her a real ground-saving trip kind of on both turns before finally getting her clear. That big stride of hers, is that kind of the best case scenario for her?
Yeah, she can be a little tricky. She needs a little while to get revved up, and you can't make the lead too soon with her. But I told Johnny that's timing it a little too close for my liking. But no, I mean, I could see she had a head of steam built up, and she was motoring down the middle of the track, and I was just hoping she had enough time to get there.
And you put blinkers on her a few starts back. As you mentioned, she's always run a race, never been worse than second. But what made you make that decision kind of later on now in the race career?
It's something that we've actually been thinking of since her 2-year-old year, because she's a very curious filly. She sees everything, and she has that tendency to wait when she makes the lead. Meanwhile, she's reeling off win after win after win, and you're like, it's difficult to make an equipment change. But really the defining moment was in the Ogden Phipps when Johnny came back and he said, and it was hard to really make out watching it. I guess he sensed it being on her back, that just before the wire she saw something and just kind of tapped on the brakes and got beat a nose. And he said, I think, we got to do it. And so we did. And, the first start didn't work out, but that was a tricky day at Saratoga. It was wicked hot, and I've never seen her behave that way in the paddock. And I think she was just bothered by the hot weather. She was very irritated, and she didn't run a race that day at all. But we were confident enough that we were making the right decision, that we stayed with the equipment change.
Gregory Clark representing Shadwell Stable. This filly, obviously last year's champion, an incredible year she's had this year. What do we look forward to from Malathat?
Wouldn't it be lovely if she stayed in training?
I don't think the guy next to you would argue.
No, he'd love that. But, I mean, what she's accomplished is just incredible. And we're just so blessed that, we've gotten this far with her. But she's at her top of her game, We'll see what Sheikha Hissa and the family want to do, but she's a machine. She really is. So we're over the moon.
And that incredible pedigree that she has, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, she's going to be an incredible broodmare for Sheikha Hissa and the family. There's no question.
All right, Preston.
All right.
Todd, and just for both of you, as the three were coming down the stretch, did you think you had won when they crossed the wire?
To be honest, where I was positioned, I thought we won. And then every time I watched the replay, it seemed like it got closer and closer and closer. So, the cameraman was focused on her on the gallop out, and usually they're right. So, I mean, I thought she had won, but I wasn't 1,000,000% sure.
I was very weary. I thought, just like Todd said, I thought she had won, but then they kept on replaying it, and I was like, oh my gosh. But no, it was great.
And one last one from me, Todd. Is it a little bittersweet with Nest finishing 4th? I mean, you had two of the two from a lot of people's standpoint in this race, and one of them was going to have to lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's the situation you're in when you run more than one horse in a race. So, it nothing worked out well for Nest today. She didn't she didn't jump well from the start. She was spinning her wheels around the first turn, and she was very wide all the way around. And you know, because she wasn't really in the position we wanted to be, Irad had to make a little bit of an move sooner than he wanted to, and very wide while doing it. It just, you know, I was concerned when they hit the first turn that it wasn't going her way today.
No questions from anyone here, and no questions coming down from the press box. One quick, what did Johnny say to you after the race?
He was very excited, obviously, and I was just kidding him. I said, don't cut those so close. I'm too old for those type of finishes these days. And but you know, he showed why he's, you know, one of the greatest of all time. He's a big time performer. On, you know, when it's the biggest prize, he shows up with a brilliant ride.
Well, congratulations, Shadwell Stable, Todd Pletcher, John Velazquez, and Malathat for the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
We'll be here all night.
Prior to the race, in the warm-ups, who she was talking to, she's like, look at him with that lovely long rein, and just so talking it all up.
Bless her.
Is Charlie behind you? And the rest
Charlie's,
of the gang?
yeah, it's just me, I think. They were all flying straight
They're
out.
all taking
yeah.
off quickly?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think
well,
they've got a time slot to make.
All right. All right, we'll start. Hang on, let me turn this on.
Smell of pizza in here.
Well, I'm sorry we don't have any
That's
pizza
all
for
right.
you. Well, Rebels Romance wins the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, and we are joined now by jockey James Doyle. And James, first of all, big congratulations on your first Breeders' Cup victory and Rebels Romance. What a fantastic race. So take us first through the running of the race.
Yes, I mean, we do you want to hang on to
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of had, myself and Charlie spoke before the race, and we were just kind of went into it with a pretty open mind. I think that's the best way to approach these races. Obviously, a lot depends on how you break from the stalls. We were a little slow away, like you can be, but we ended up in a nice position behind Nation's Pride, and we knew he would kind of take me into the race nicely. And I think through watching all the turf races, I think it was quite important to maybe get off the inside rail and come with a nice smooth run down the centre of the track. So obviously you're a hostage to fortune the way things pan out, but it panned out perfectly today.
Yeah, it seemed like everything really from the start worked out very well for his running style for you.
Yes, I mean, he was a little bit raw on the turn, so there was a couple of hairy moments where we were in quite tight racing room. So I was relieved once we got into the straight. You know, that was just early on, but once we got into the straights, he became more comfortable and we were able to get a little bit more room. So yeah, he's tremendous performance, and I think back on faster ground definitely suited him.
And I told you I was watching the race behind your mother, actually in the warm-ups, and she was talking quite a great bit about you before the race and how well you were handling this horse, who can, I gather, be a little difficult.
He can be, but he was pretty good today. I mean, he even took me by surprise. He was very relaxed, and I think having the pony and everything's quite nice for him, and he took to it well. So the guys have done a magnificent job. I mean, Charlie and his team, and Robbie Fitzpatrick, who rides him out and has done for quite some time now, has done a really wonderful job with him.
Well, again, so first Breeders' Cup win. I know you've been over here and ridden in a few, but this one must be special.
Absolutely, yes. Especially my sister's been based over here for a number of years, so I hope I've made her proud. You know, I've let her down a few times coming over, but hopefully she enjoys this one. And obviously riding for the right team, and he rides for Charlie Appleby here at the Breeders' Cup, as we've seen, is pretty dangerous.
Can't go wrong with these connections. Charlie Appleby, trainer for Godolphin, and Hugh Anderson, welcome back again. Third Breeders' Cup win, 2022 here. So Rebels Romance, we were just talking about, you know, could be maybe a little bit of a difficult horse at times, but heading into this race, obviously in very good form.
Yeah, no, delighted. I mean, the horse is maturing and he's well travelled now, and you know, like I say, what he's done this season on the turf has been, you know, rejuvenated him from a horse that at one stage we looked like we might have been losing him for a moment. But typical Dubawi, just because he's got stronger. But again, full credit to all the team. Delighted for James to have his first winner, and you know, it was a rough race out there. And as James quite rightly said there earlier, you know, getting a horse like him round those turns is never going to be easy, just the size of him. But you could see that the way he was travelling into the race, that if he had the right horse under him, which we visually could see, and we were confident that he'd get the job done. And a great ride by James, and like I say, delighted for the whole team to wrap it up again.
And Hugh, with Rebels Romance, if I'm reading here correctly, a gelding. So I'm assuming we'll see him around, hopefully, for a bit.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. That would certainly be the plan, up to Charlie. But he's a homebred, fabulous performance, and as Charlie said, he's being modest as ever. But you know, this horse was struggling last year, and he's brought him back. And in 2022, he has been just fabulous, and it's wonderful that James has ridden him today. You know, I paid tribute to William Buick yesterday. James is a fabulous rider, won the 2,000 Guineas for us this year, and this Breeders' Cup win. It's rounded off a wonderful 2 days. And for today, with Cody's Wish, Modern Games, and now Rebels Romance, that's as good as it gets. And I'm so grateful to the team for everything they've done.
And Charlie, before I turn it over to the press for questions, he has been very successful on the dirt previously, winning the UAE Derby. Would that be something you consider over here in the future, perhaps?
I don't know if I'll be brave enough to switch back, but you know, he has. And the thing with the dirt is his style of running is different to here compared to what we would encounter in the UAE, in Dubai there, because they go hard on there, and if you're too far back, you're sort of out of the game. And unfortunately, that's his run style. So look, I think we'll stick to the turf, and then if he loses his form, then I might switch back to the dirt after that. But anyway.
I have a question from texted me from Bill Finley. Said, been on just such an amazing run, and just it seems like you make it look so easy. How does that happen?
Just a remarkable team back home, team that travel them over here. You know, it's a support team as much as anything. But we're one. I keep saying team. It is. It's a huge team. You know, William and James. I haven't got to tell them instructions on how to ride these horses. They come in, they ride them. They know all their characteristics, where they need to be. It's just, you know, my job's just get them in the plate and out of the ring and let them do the rest of it. And like I say, the guys back home prepare them and look after them second to none. So my job's easy.
Right. Questions here?
James, you rode the horse in Germany once, did you not?
Yes.
How much does he get out of a trip like that? Those horses in Germany are tough, and those courses are tough too, aren't they?
They are, and quite often you encounter easier ground than we would usually get in the summer at home. I think it stood him in good stead. They're not easy races in Germany. I mean, they can be looked upon as slightly easier targets, but they've got some pretty good horses over there, and he's ran against the best horses they have there. You know, the German Derby winner he beat last time, and there's plenty of strength and depth in them races. But it was a little unknown coming into today because we hadn't really faced those horses enough to get a true gauge on how good they were. But I certainly think it's his whole campaign this year has helped him grow up, right from his run at Goodwood to his couple of runs in Germany.
But having run in Germany and run on the dirt and turf now, Charlie says he's done for the year, but I mean next year you could think about things like Japan, Hong Kong, places like this. Maybe it's a question for Charlie.
We'll start next year as of January 1st and regroup from there. But it's been a great year, and like I said, I'd like to thank Hugh for all of his support. He had his lucky tie on today, so we knew we were hopefully up for a bit of it. But I say, just thank you to everybody. Thank you to Breeders' Cup for looking after us so well, and it's always a joy to come here. Even if you don't have a win, it's just a joy to be part of it. And but thankfully, we're going home with a bag full again.
Well, congratulations
Thanks,
on
guys.
another fantastic Breeders' Cup. Rebels Romance.
All right.
You wouldn't know what it's like to go out on that.
I don't want to.
get the group. I saw him kind of running back, so he probably did. He's so big pots these days. I would hope he would. What's up?
It's for Chad Brown.
Yeah, yeah.
Any of the others behind you coming in? Well, no, he's in next, but what about John and,
Want me to call those guys?
well, we'll get started, and then if they come in, we'll just bring them in. Okay?
I think they're still in the paddock from the picture.
Yeah, it looks like, okay, yeah, they're all still in the winner's circle. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Flightline, undefeated, untested, winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, Terry Finley, representing West Point Thoroughbreds, one of the ownerships involved in this great partnership. Terry, just, what are the words to describe Flightline?
Yeah. I thought he got tested today. I mean, like I know you're supposed to stay like your opponents and give kudos to your opponents, but Life is Good ran better than I thought he was going to run overall, and man, they laid it down. I talked to Irad after the race, and all he said was, "Man, we were going very fast down the backside." So, just delighted, especially for the horse. It was the coolest thing all week to be in town and to be around the barn, or like the breakfast and everything. People they hey Jane.
Oh, good. Bring Jane.
They just had a sparkle in their eye when they talked about Flightline. So I've said it. We're all fans at heart, and obviously privileged to be part of this horse. But as the fan in all of us, we're like, boy, this is really good for the business.
Yeah, and just watching, obviously, the race itself, as you mentioned, they were throwing it down very fast fractions.
Yeah.
Any concerns looking up there? I mean, this horse is
Sure.
a superstar, but that was impressive.
Absolutely. To run away from those horses, they were 8 in front down the backside. I was like, I didn't even see what they went 3/4 in and 7 and change. So
that's
I'm
what
glad
we're
I didn't
seeing.
see that. I'm glad I didn't see that because, going a mile, who does that, right? Run away from those horses like he did, and to see those horses, really everyone a Grade 1 winner. I was like, either this is going to be really good or we're going to have some problems. So I think it was one or the other as they went into the far turn. But I saw him, he gave him a break, and he just gave him a shot to kind of throttle down a little bit. And obviously Flavin has a lot of confidence in this horse, always has, and I think that confidence is warranted. Just delighted. And I said something to Flavian after the race, and he was just beaming.
And for those listening in, Flavian Pratt riding in the last race, and as all good jockeys, he's honoring his commitment there. But here, as we bring in the rest of the connections here to Flightline,
Is there another chair?
John Sadler, go ahead and take a seat.
Hey, Jane.
Bring Jane. John, we'll keep going with you here. Congratulations. And Terry was just talking, this horse, watching that race and watching the performance he put on today. Undefeated, untested, but this was certainly a statement.
Well, he's been brilliant. Brilliant is his normal. So he didn't disappoint. He never has. So we're just really thrilled.
And Jane Lyon, Jane's part of the ownership, and you also bred this horse in your Summer Wind farm, and I know how much these horses are like children to you, so emotions?
Really
Speechless.
great. All's great.
Well, I'll turn it over to the press here, and I'm sure everybody has some very important questions for you. Dave Brenning first.
John, when you saw the fractions, the 3/4, I think it was 107 and 4. Could you just say what your emotion was? And
Is that what it was?
I thought it said 9 and 4, but someone told me it's 7.
I didn't. I think I missed that split. So, and I'm kind of glad I did. You know me. You've been covering this going into this, David, and I try to not get out ahead of the story We just wanted to march into this race, and he's just a remarkable horse. In the words of Bud Delp, he's one of the best horses to ever look through a bridle. You know, he's just that good.
Could you enjoy the stretch drive when he got past Life is Good and it's all clear sailing? Could you just exhale?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I haven't been sleeping. You know, I haven't been sleeping for 2 weeks, so I'm a little tired. But he's just a great horse.
For all three of you, your level of confidence has been so high, not just, it seems, because of the merits of the horse, but because of the whatever situation the horse can be in. Can you discuss now that confidence and why you felt like, you know, it wasn't a case of saying, you know, things in horse racing can happen? Can you just talk about how this might have been a little different than that?
Well, I mean, this is just, I mean, how do you describe greatness? You know, this is a rare horse that happens every 20 or 30 years, one of the best American racehorses we've seen in a long time. And I'm talking back to Secretariat, Seattle Slew, you know, you go through the list. And what I've tried to be is a good steward to him, you know, be fair with him. And if you're good with your horses, they're good with you.
And Custer Hronis joining us now as well. And we were talking earlier, obviously this horse just so impressive with all the partners and this incredible team that you've had behind him. Just kind of take us through a little bit, the team behind Flightline.
Yeah, well, the team behind Flightline, I mean, I've said this before and I'm going to say it again in front of the world. As blessed as the partnership is to be all together as a partners and have a horse like Flightline in our lifetime is just unbelievable and great. But more importantly, Flightline is so blessed to have John Sadler and his team, because the patience he had with Flightline and what he did to teach him. He was a fast horse all the time. He was quick and fast, and he wanted to run full blast all the time. John, Juan Leyva, his assistant, and the team, they turned this horse into a racehorse, and he's the champion today who he is because of John Sadler.
And the question that everybody, of course, is asking, and decision to be made, is it possible we see him next year?
I mean, you know, we're in a partnership. This isn't Hronis Racing, so we're in a partnership, and we're very respectful people, and we respect the partnership, and we'll all get together and discuss it at a later time and decide, and we'll always do what's best by the horse. I can promise you that. So we'll get together, and we'll just even Steven and just decide together how we want to do this.
And so from here today, where does he go right now after he leaves? Back
down to Rice Road. have a good dinner down there, and I'll be there in the morning to check him out, and then we'll make some, you know, we'll let him tell us what the best thing is.
Okay. Anybody else? One more, and then we'll wrap this up.
Hey, John, Tim Layden from NBC. Can you put into words the emotions that we just saw you feeling? Like, what is behind that kind of reaction?
Well, I think for me, it's a culmination of your life's work. You know, when you've worked with horses your whole life, it's just, you know, most trainers don't get a horse like this. So I'm just feeling very blessed.
All right. Well, congratulations. Flightline, a true champion to all the connections on the win in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. Big congratulations to all.
What time will you be at the barn tomorrow? And remember that we roll the clocks back, so.
I mean, if you guys want to come by about 8 or 9 o'clock or something. Not early. We're all